It is now 5:33, and I'd like to call this meeting of the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. Ms. Shope, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Tia Johnson.
Here.
Megan Miller is unable to join us this evening, and Greg Schneider.
Present.
All members.
Thank you. Can we get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion pass. Can we get approval of the minutes?
So moved.
And I will second that. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That takes us to item 2A, Achievement Gap Reduction Act Report.
I'll start us off, and then I'll turn it over to the Teaching and Learning Equity team, Teaching and Learning team, I should say. First of all, when we're talking about some of the things that we're working on here in the school district, one of the things that we've been working on is making sure that we have everything in place to continuously move towards student achievement. And the Achievement Gap Reduction report is a guide for us in that conversation. In today's presentation, you will learn a lot more about what that actually looks like, and of course, where we are as it pertains to some of the data that we're collecting along the way. With that being stated, of course, Mrs. Mortek, our Teaching, Learning, and Equity Director, Executive Director, and Mr. Tony Basso will do the presentation, and of course, throughout the presentation, if there's questions, feel free to ask naturally, and then of course, after the presentation is conducted, we'll take additional questions if needed. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Mortek for the presentation. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And we also have Dr. Kelly Gorud, our Director of STEAM, is on the call too to help with questions as well. Special thanks to her. She does a lot of pivot tables and things like that and pulls data for us. So I'm always appreciative of the work that she does for this specific report for Department of Public Instruction. So this is a 5-year grant, and we meet annually with the Department of Public Instruction. And then per our expectations through them, we present twice a year. Their timeline on this doesn't necessarily fall in suit with the timeline of the school year, so that's why you're getting the goals now, and then you'll get them in summertime. That has to do with DPI's timeline. So we are in year 4 of this 5-year grant. After we complete the 5 years, then we will be waiting to hear from the department if there's additional funding that will be coming for this. Just a little historical context, there was something called SAGE funding many moons ago that supported reduced class sizes. Then it transitioned into Achievement Gap Reduction, AGR funding, where it gave schools 3 options to think about for improving student achievement, but not being just locked into small class sizes. So where are we now and where are we going? So we're going to talk to you a little about just the background and the strategies that we've chosen over these last 4 years and why. to give some context, and then the goals that we've started and some of the growth that we've had over the years with our goals. Each year when we meet with DPI, we can revise our goals, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. The first half of this is just kind of explaining, again, the cycle. So our plan here is just to proactively align our resources to support instructional moves through instructional coaching, and then also to think about how this aligns to our school improvement plans. So DPI looks at these three opportunities for achievement gap reduction: class size, coaching, and tutoring. So our lever that we've leaned into is instructional coaching. We receive approximately $3 million from this funding, and so all of our instructional coaches that are teachers are paid for either through AGR funds or title funds. They are not on the district funding. These funds are being used to have instructional coaches who provide direct teaching support and direct services to students. 20% of their job description, which is approximately 7 hours a day or 7 hours a week, is for meant towards direct instruction with students, often with our Tier 2 interventions. I just wanted to point this out. In the past, we had our first goal was coaching. We did also aim to have small classroom sizes. As you'll know, as a part of our resizing of the school district, this board voted to have a change in policy with class size. So we went from 1 to 18 to 1 to 22, or capping it at 2 to 30 model. And I just wanted to illustrate this point because I think it's important. Even with that policy change, because we're thinking about financial stability, right, and what that looks like. Even with that change in policy, we still have some work to do. We're running a little bit under what the policy ask is. These are the classroom average sizes as of the September numbers. So as a district in grades kindergarten through third grade, our average class size is 19.6 students, whereas we're trying to run sections that are 1 to 22. And then these are the different class sizes, average class sizes for grades K through 3 at the different sites. So why do we use coaching? This diagram on the left is a very well-known and used diagram when we think about the implementation science. It's actually a science unto itself. And so when we think about levers or drivers, there's a three-sided triangle here. We look at organizational drivers, leadership drivers, and competency-based drivers. And one of those is, right, the selection, the training, and the coaching. So we lean into, with this grant, that idea of implementation of high-quality materials and practices, that you have to try to get the best teachers in front of you as possible, right? We have to train teachers, and then we have to continue to ongoing coach them. It's also important to think about teacher leadership. So the instructional coaching allows teachers to step into leadership positions as teacher leaders and then to serve on leadership teams. The right side comes out of John Hattie's work. That's when he's looking at effective strategies in schools. And if you know about research, any effect size that's over a 0.4 is considered a pretty high impactful strategy. So our coaching practices lean into 3 higher effect size practices, which is teacher credibility. The students believe the teachers can do what they're doing. The teachers believe in that themselves. Teacher clarity, we understand what the teachers understand what they're teaching. The students understand what they're learning. And then collective efficacy, right? Together we believe in each other and we can do it. Collective efficacy is one of the highest effect sizes in all of Hattie's work.
And we do have a question.
Okay.
Are these, going back to the previous slide, are those effective sizes, are these numbers from our district?
No, effect size is when you do research and you look at the impact of a strategy.
No, I'm
Yeah,
aware
so we're
of what the
leaning
effect
in.
size. I'm wondering, are these numbers from our district or are these a different study?
Yeah, we have not done a longitudinal study on our district to that size or nature to look at these 3 different strategies in that way, that scope. No, we have not. What we're saying is we're taking a research-based practice, an evidence-based practice, and applying it to our district. Okay, then when we look at the coaching vision, this is our vision for coaching in the district. Instructional literacy and biliteracy coaching in Beloit is defined as teacher leaders facilitating and guiding content-focused professional learning for professional educators across multiple contexts. So when we ask the question, how are we supporting teachers, this is a huge support for our teachers in the implementation of materials and just additional practices and all of the things that coaches do. And so some of those things are in the bullets that they also are, their work would be kind of like in their job description. So that's a little bit about coaching and why we're leaning into that as our year 4 of a 5-year grant cycle. And then Tony's going to talk to us a little bit about what were some of our goals that we had in the past and then where we're going forward with this year's goals.
Okay, thank you and good evening. First, we'll just start with our goals for the 2022-2023 school year. As you can see on the slide, in literacy, our stretch goal was to go from 25% of our students in June of that year to, so that would be the fall of 2022 to 25% of the students being proficient on the ERLA in fall of 2022 to 50% of those students being proficient on the ERLA this last spring at the end of this last school year. And then for mathematics, that goal for AGR was by the spring of 2022, we'll increase the number of students meeting growth targets as measured by these assessments from fall again of 22 to spring of 23 by 50%. You can see on this next slide, this is again 2022-2023 data. And for each of these areas, literacy and mathematics, across these 4 grade levels, you have potential for achievement of those goals in 24 different grade levels for literacy and for mathematics. And in literacy, we met the benchmark in 20 out of 24, and in mathematics for last year, in the spring, we met in 20 out of those 20 out of 24 different grade levels across the 6 buildings. And so that's, again, growth compared to 2021, 2022, and then also from 2020 to 2021. And as Teresa alluded to, this being a part of our 4 or 5-year AGR plan, you can see that we're well on our way to our benchmark goal that we'll be talking about in just a minute.
The other thing I would only add is that we also each time have increased the rigor of the goals. So we might have expected at one point 35% passing benchmark, then the next year we went to 45, and then the next year we went to 55. So we're seeing gains in passing goals and with those goals being more rigorous over time.
And so talking about sustaining that growth over time, this slide shows that across all grade levels in all areas, all K-3 elementary grade levels are seeing growth in percentage of students meeting expectations on those district benchmarks. So this is across all grade levels, across the school district, we are seeing growth on these district benchmarks. And then we're looking for that translation to other district assessments. That continued growth that we're seeing and the benchmarks that we're using internally, that in turn showing growth on those other assessments that we take, the MAP, which will be coming up shortly, the Forward, which will be coming up shortly, so on and so forth. So that's again 2022, 2023 growth, kind of looking at last year. And then we also have, just a little bit of reflection in terms of those things that we really were proud of and could kind of raise up as opportunities, and some things that we looked at as challenges. Again, one thing that we want to really clarify is that these benchmarks are against grade level expectations. These are not, I grew from where I was, maybe 2 years below grade level, to now closer to the grade level benchmark. This is all about our grade level, the grade level benchmarks, and making sure that our students are ready for grade level work and preparing for the next grade level work as they matriculate. One of the areas that obviously we would have liked to have had a little bit more, been a little bit closer to our goals. We were a little 5 percentage points short in literacy, a little bit more than that short in mathematics. But again, as we look at the 23-24 goals, we are ramping our goals up every year as we go through this 5-year plan, this 5-year grant. So we just want to make sure that we're very clear that we are continuing to push as we move forward. Then transitioning again to our 2023-2024 goals, again, we're using the fall benchmark. So the benchmark that we just have from this past fall, that's kind of giving us an indication of what we're trying to accomplish as we go through the year. So the goal for literacy is that by June of 2023, the percentage of students reading at or above grade level on the ERLA will increase from 31%, that's again a fall benchmark, to 55%, which would be a spring benchmark, with at least 25% of our students, 1/4 of our students experiencing a 1.5 years worth of growth, okay? And then in mathematics, half of our K-3 students will score at least 50% on district benchmark assessments by spring of 2024. Emphasis will be on supporting growth, especially for third grade students. As we move into kind of the how of this, and we focus on, as Ms. Moratek talked about earlier, the use of coaching as our primary strategy in this, this really affords us an opportunity at the building level, at the grade level, at the classroom level, to focus on implementation at the highest level of those high-quality instructional materials. And Ms. Moratek alluded to the fact that our coaches work very closely with our principals, our grade level instructional teams, our individual teachers to make sure that we're doing the best we can to implement each of our curricular resources with integrity, whether it's literacy, mathematics, or other content areas. And that's all really predicated, when we talk about implementation, we focus first on strong, universal, standards-aligned instruction. That's really our biggest lever, and we do have supports in place to support students who are not there quite yet, but our main focus is really helping to implement those high-quality instructional materials at a high level. And then the other thing that I would like to just point out is, then when teachers, as we work with teachers on implementation, and we're looking at our data on a weekly, bi-weekly basis in our building instructional teams, to really identify those areas of need based on data, based on practice, where our coaches can provide support in individual coaching cycles. So a lot of times, Ms. Gorwood and I talk about innovations and practices that our coaches serve through at the building level, and it's really a lot when you talk about, you heard Ms. Moratek allude to 20% direct student support, interventions, doing that kind of thing. 80% of their time is spent as a part of the building instructional leadership team, serving the multi-level systems of supports teams, supporting individual grade level content area PLCs, doing instructional coaching cycles with staff, professional learning, developing and presenting, facilitating professional learning in response to data as needed. Another thing is helping our staff with their professional practice grows, their educator effectiveness, and their continuous improvement through the evaluation process and being supportive for that. So they really do push through a lot of those innovations to support the continuous improvement plan. And again, as you can see from the data, we continue to make growth in both literacy and mathematics. 40 of 48, possible areas to achieve that growth that we were looking for. Isn't bad. It's not where we want to be, but we are making gains. Anything to add, Ms. Moratek? Okay. Any other questions?
You mentioned the coaches spend 20% of their time with direct student instruction. How is that 20% determined?
That's really based on student needs. So when we identify students through our MLSS process, students in need of intervention, the coaches will then take primarily tier 3 students. So those are students that are at the highest level of need. That could be entering, a process to determine whether or not they may need, some additional services at some point. But they really are the people, the coaches, that would be responsive to those very highest level needs of students. So it really depends on how many students profile for need of that tier of intervention. But generally, there are more than enough students for both the interventionist and the coach to have, kids, within that 20% of the coach by themselves. The interventionist doing student support all day. But as from a coach perspective, they will have, several groups of intervention students that they'll have on an ongoing basis throughout the school year.
If I can just add real quickly to that, in a lot of our elementary buildings as well, coaches will push into classrooms and do small group work with teachers, especially the teachers that they're working in coaching cycles with.
Well, and thank you, Dr. Gorod, if that was who.
Yep,
answered
that was her.
What?
Yeah, that was her.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I noticed on the coaching job description, it's through grade 5, but we have coaches in middle school. So are they not part of this grant?
The AGR is only through 3rd grade.
Okay.
Yeah, so when I mentioned that our coaches are funded either through AGR or Title, so Title funds are allocated out to schools, and that can be in the middle schools. So then that's how those coaches are funded, where in AGR, we have grades K through 3, so we could have coaches on that funding it's really either in the K-5 building and they are also servicing 4th and 5th grade, but it's through that K-3 funding.
Okay, and then do you know off the top of your head, do the middle school coaches then also spend 20% of their time?
They do.
With direct instruction?
Yes, they do interventions for tier 3 at the middle school level also.
Thank you.
As the coaches work with the teachers, is that kind of on a rotation basis or as need basis?
That's a great question. We created the coaching vision statement for the district a couple years ago, and as we went through that process, we actually included the expectation that teachers that are in their provisional licensure timeframe will have coaching innovation or practice every year. So that's those first 3 years or 5 years. Teachers that are newer to the profession, newer to the district, would have a coaching cycle every single year. And then after that, teachers would have evidence of one coaching cycle that they'd include with their EE during a summary year. So at least once during a 3-year window, every teacher in the district that's beyond provisional would also have intersection with a coach in some kind of an innovation or a cycle. Okay.
Thank you.
Good
And
question. Thank you.
those cycles, oops, I'm so sorry. Those cycles can play out in different ways. So they can be in long coaching cycles that are one-on-one with a coach and a teacher. They could be through coaching teams. So a grade level team might choose to do some coaching together. Or they can be, particularly with our middle school and high school teachers, in mini cycles where you're really focused very quickly on some content or an instructional strategy, and you're working for a number of weeks on that toward a goal, and then you kind of move on to the next thing. So those do play out in different ways, and they're really driven by the goals of the teacher and the goals of the building continuous improvement plan.
Good. Thank you. We're just looking at, again, the growth over time slide. And again, looking at the amount of growth that is there. I know as you mentioned that the benchmarks don't stay the same every year, that they increase, every year to do that.
Right.
And yet we're still seeing a lot of growth, even
Absolutely.
though the standards they have to reach are much higher. I wish there was an easy way to make that understood by the community, that they're not the same goals they're meeting every year.
Right.
That they're getting tougher, so that there's a lot more advancement going on than what just looking at the numbers might show.
Right.
Because the benchmarks are much stronger.
The other thing I would add, as you know, because you're a former educator, is that you feel the growth of internal benchmarks before you feel something that's an exterior, like a cumulative, a state assessment. And so as we start to feel these internal changes happening, we're hoping that in time, then there will be correlation to that state assessment. And so another example of that is with the ERLA, that's a foundational skill assessment. And there's other things that our students are asked to do and that they are doing in their classrooms, and they're showing on more like a MAPS benchmark and then later on a standardized test. And so it's just understanding that assessments are nuanced and there's multiple data points, but with our work through the Department of Public Instruction, we are showing growth with our AGR goals and our internal benchmarks, and we do have to meet with them annually, and they accept those goals.
Great. Well, I just want to thank, all the hard work that everybody has put in for these as we begin to look at meeting what the expectations that we have, which is we're going to increase academic achievement for all of our students. And that all of that work comes throughout all of administration, down through every school building and through the coaches. And just want to thank all of them for their dedication and their hard work, and looking favorably at the continual growth that we are showing in our students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add, I just want to make sure people understand as well, since we have this time, learning, and we say this a lot in education, and learning can be messy. There's so many ways students learn over time, and that same learning that teachers undertake is also over time as well. And so naturally, you don't come out of college having it, just knowing all about teaching and knowing all about learning. And so, and how that reciprocated opportunity happens in the classroom. And so the coaching model, again, is something that we've ventured into using as our improvement, one of our improvement strategies. It's not the only improvement strategy. The Achievement Gap Reduction Report, and this report in general, allows us to, again, to keep internally focusing on what is it that we can do better to better improve our student achievement outcomes. The one thing that we have to be cautious about is that silo mentality, okay? And we all know that we all know that silo mentality can prevent learning in general. It can reduce agility and create unnecessary, in my terms, unnecessary conflict, as sometimes teams can get stuck on, let me just deliver this thought, teams can get stuck on what we believe should be happening versus, again, what serves our overall organizational growth. And as a district administrators, or district administrators across the board, we have the responsibility to make sure that we're looking at things that can support organizational growth, not just things that we believe will, stick on the board and hopefully it work. And so again, you're right, Mr. Steiner, that there's a lot of work that goes into this. You're right, Mrs. Johnson, as it pertains to looking at, how are we using some of the coaches and what they do in our buildings. But the one thing that we know is, again, this is continuous. And the more we have this continuous improvement conversation around learning, the better we become as an overall school district. Everyone knows that I'm a teaching and learning guy. So this conversation to me is like right on spot to what we should be talking about. The internal day-to-day stuff that we do and that we bring back to the board and report out on is a way for us to keep you informed at how we are tackling the day-to-day learning opportunities that we have in our school district. And again, it can be messy, but my goal is always to look at what's important, not just for the small group, but for our organization as a whole. And I believe that, some of the things that we're doing now is working based off of kind of where we are. And again, it's a collective work as well. It's not all in just the teacher's lap to say it's all you or nothing, right? I believe we all play a part in, student achievement. And this is just another one of those ways in which we are able to express that. And so again, thank you for, the questions. And of course, if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to myself, Mrs. Mortek, Mrs. Bosco, Dr. Gurrud, throughout so we can get your questions answered as it pertains to how we are looking at student achievement over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments? Okay, that brings us to item.
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Is everybody ready? Okay. I'm going to call to order the Tuesday, December 19th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:30 PM. Mrs. Schultz, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Here.
Brian Nichols, Brian Anderson,
Here.
Megan Miller, Amy Levy,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
I have all members present except Brian Nichols and Megan Miller.
Okay. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider and seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, just very minor, but the minutes don't reflect what time we reconvened into open session. So if that information is available, it could be added, please.
Okay. All right. Any other items for discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're on to 2A, which is also includes B. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resource Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
I have a question. Is this closed session just for item 2, or are we including 3 as well?
Well, we might have to go in and we can cover both items, B and Exhibit A and B of 3.
Well, I
at the
guess
same time.
my point is, I don't have a reason to go in closed session for 2, but I do for 3. So if you want to go through 2 before closed session, since that's the order it falls in on the agenda, that's fine with me.
Yeah, altogether, I don't know if there are any open session questions for, we can take the open session questions first.
For item 2.
Yeah. And then go into closed session and handle parts of 2 and 3 together, and then come back out. If there's any, well, there will be. Yeah, we'll just take them as such. You've got open session questions for 2?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead and ask your open session questions for 2.
All right. So the first is the targeted audience to receive services for the bilingual home liaison is our Hispanic community, as stated in the document. What are the target audiences to receive services under the expanded role?
Absolutely. Good evening. The expanded role will allow us to serve the needs of other minorities in the community, particularly our African American or Black families in our community that may need similar services. They may not be as far as the language barrier, but barriers in accessing services within the community and within the district.
Thank you. And then my next question is, how significantly will this expansion increase the caseload for those currently in the position of bilingual homeschool liaison?
The goal at this time is to prospect the needs and expand on those. Now, quite frankly, we are looking at the possibility that as we assess the need, based on the need, we may come to the board and ask for additional FTEs to make sure that we can cover those needs.
Perfect. So just to make sure that I understood you correctly, our current bilingual homeschool liaisons are not at capacity with respect to their workload, and they're able to take on more students and families. Is that accurate?
Allow me to have Mr. Bosco answer more to that effect.
I don't know about at capacity. I think we're trying to just expand and include more of the programs and services that we're already providing to be more inclusive of other groups. And so some of the things, it wouldn't be necessarily a duplication of any efforts. It would be just expanding to be more inclusive for the things that are already in place, as far as outreach activities, things like that.
No, I get that. So
Okay.
if I'm providing a set of services for one demographic.
Right.
And I expand it, which I think is great, to include more students and families, my concern is, are our bilingual homeschool liaisons already at or near or at capacity? If yes, I'm concerned.
Right.
Or do they have capacity for this expanded role that we're considering this evening?
We think there is capacity, but we'd like to study that as Ms. Almandar has talked about over the course of the next year or so to see how they are able to serve with this expanded role. So I think that's where the premise of we may be coming back. We're going to kind of study this over the course of the next interim time period to see how it goes. There will be an increase in phone calls and visits and, that kind of thing, but we'll see, we'll track some data and see how that contact data increases over the course of next year.
Perfect. So the first of the duties and the responsibility, actually the first two, the first is to demonstrate cultural competencies in working with and supporting and engaging diverse groups of school community stakeholders. And then the second, thank you for providing that, is to demonstrate and develop in other cultural proficiencies related to honoring the cultural norms, nuances, and needs for all groups represented in our school community. So with those first two items in mind on the revamped job description, my question is, with respect to this role, what do you see as the difference between cultural competencies and cultural proficiencies? And then how will you assess qualified individuals show that they possess those skills or qualifications?
So I think when we're talking about the difference between cultural competency and proficiency, it's really understanding the needs of particular demographic groups and being able to kind of work with them within with learning the cultural norms across different groups. One of the things that we've done with the bilingual homeschool liaisons is we've connected with CISA 2 to do some very prescriptive work around developing cultural proficiency within the Hispanic group, but also outside of the Latino speaking or the Latino group, the Spanish speaking community. And I think that's where the cultural competence develops, is by not only having professional development opportunities, but also working across the different resource agencies in the community that serve multiple groups and not just Hispanic serving populations through the linguistic needs. And then as far as cultural proficiency, again, we talk a lot about how the bilingual homeschool liaisons in their current role serve to celebrate, connect primarily with that demographic through their cultural norms, but expanding that so that we're able to kind of be more inclusive of other groups' cultural norms, to kind of have their presence in the building through celebrations, through activities, through events, that kind of thing.
Thank you for providing that context. I guess I like to put it where the goats can get it. If you could describe in one sentence, like what do you see as a cultural proficiency? And where I'm going with this is, unfortunately, our district has, well, let me back up. How will you know that a qualified person demonstrates those cultural proficiencies? That's why I'm asking to kind of put a name on it and describe it. So if we do need to expand and we're talking about hiring people, how will we know that they are qualified for this role? Because unfortunately in our district, we have had a history, not that this is happening here, let me be clear, with writing and rewriting job descriptions to fit people and not necessarily the outcomes or the goals we want to achieve. So again, my question is, how would you, in a sentence or two, describe what a cultural proficiency or competency is? And then how will you know that the person that is in that role possesses that proficiency or that competency?
Well, there are two things. I think the first is with the staff that we have currently, building the proficiencies within that group. The other part of it would be as we go through hiring process, we do expand this role to be purposeful in how we set up those interviews to make sure that their ability to demonstrate experience and proficiency across cultures and any previous work experience that they can relate through the interview hiring process would be something that we would be able to use as evidence that they are coming with a wider range of cultural experiences that would contribute to their ability to be that connector that we're looking for between the home and the school across the resources that are present in the community.
I would just like to add that similar to our homeschool, bilingual homeschool liaisons, individuals that are immersed in the culture tend to have a better grasp on what those norms and ways of working through those challenges are. And so, to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Bosco was saying, I think it would be someone that is already involved in the community at the capacity of serving the demographics that require a best representation of that group.
Okay, so I guess my last question, if I'm understanding you correctly, that someone who has cultural experiences is deemed as being culturally proficient. There's not, that I'm hearing from this conversation, like a definition of what it means to be culturally proficient, because that's what we say we're looking for in the job description. So is that just someone that has varied cultural experiences?
No, I think the experience in service at a high level that aligns with our view on diversity, equity, inclusion, those kinds of things. I think the idea that you have cultural experience does not kind of give a complete picture unless you're able to communicate within that context the quality of that experience and the quality of the interactions that come as a result of service, to those particular, demographic groups. And I think that's the important part is the quality of the interactions or the quality of the experiences will develop over time, but there does have to be evidence of experience that you come to the table with as a candidate. And again, as we work with the candidates or the bilingual homeschool liaisons that we currently have, being able to expand and develop their sense of awareness of the service to different demographic groups and what those cultural proficiencies will require them to maybe think about as they intersect with other demographic groups. So building that cultural proficiency over time, that we're not saying that the staff that we have currently are in the place they need to be to serve all groups at that point, but we will continue to work to develop them from where they are right now.
Okay, so my final point, and I'm going to say it might be me, but I'm still not clear on what you're explaining as a cultural proficiency is, so we can put a pin in that. But for example, one of the required qualifications is must be bilingual in English and Spanish, which seems very appropriate. There doesn't seem to be a qualification that would get at that cultural competency for other targeted groups. You know what I mean? Like the thing that you need in order to make those connections and kind of have a foundation that it sounds like the expectation is that everyone will build upon.
And I would like to clarify that the job description The most recent one that we worked on removed that required qualification and made it a preferred, because certainly that would not be required if the individual will be serving other demographics as well.
Oh, I was just going off of what was attached in board docs, so that's not the most current information.
No, let me see what was attached. Yeah, it still has the, yeah. Yep. So it looks as though the wrong file was uploaded. So I can assure you that the qualifications required, that is no longer a requirement, but a preferred, because we are not working solely with the Hispanic or Latino population in the community. So that needs to be updated to reflect that. My apologies.
You know, are there other changes to the document that we're reviewing and the most current document?
Yes, so when you look at physical requirements, it also has the last line about conversing and understand verbal and written form in both English and Spanish. So those are the two items that were stricken from the update that is not reflected on this file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other open session questions for B?
How did the 8% increase, salary increase be determined?
So will the 4.07, or will this particular, what are you referring to? I'm sorry.
The change in lane, did she calculate that?
Oh, the change in lane, not the increase. Okay.
So, document 121923, family advocate pay, 2324.
This might be helpful. The current pay is $21,704.20, and the proposed pay is $26,064, so a difference of $4,358.80, which would be the 4.3% increase, I believe is what Board Member Johnson is referring to.
So if you go to document 12.19.23, family advocate pay,
Yes.
so all of those are in the range of about 8%. And I was just wondering, all of those increases from the current to the proposed, I was just wondering where 8% came from.
So it's not necessarily a percentage that we were going for. What ends up happening with our matrix is that the position, when it is changed, the calendar is changed, and the type of position is reclassified, as is the case here. On our compensation model, there are various columns, and so it's a matter of where that position falls once that position is reclassified. So that position changed from the 185-day calendar to the 192-day calendar, and it's being an administrative instructional support role rather than what it was classified before, which is what prompted the change from the matrix column from one to the other. So the goal was not to increase 8%, it was just to place them in the corresponding column for the position.
Okay, so the document I'm looking at, if you figure out the percentages for all of these current to proposed differences, the hourly rate is an increase of 8%, regardless of the columns or whatnot. So
Okay.
I just want for you to be aware that that's an 8% increase hourly rate for these positions.
Thank you.
Are there any other open session questions about B? Okay. So then, I'm sorry, didn't see your hand there, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. You know, again, doing the math on that same document that Board Member Johnson was referring to, where it says what the total additional compensation is. You know, working through that, it looks like in each line that pay was attributed to the difference in hourly pay times the 192-day schedule, but that's not the difference because from the other documents, they're going from 7 hours to 7.5 hours, which is an addition, and it's also going from 185 days to 192 days, which is an addition. So just so everybody knows what they're kind of voting on, my math came out to over like $15,000 as total additional compensation versus the 11,500, unless I'm reading it wrong.
No, that is correct. The matrix placement would change because of the reclassification of the position, but it did increase from 7 to 7.5 hours daily, and it also increased the number of days per year based on the calendar. So there were changes that corresponded with that matrix placement. Thank you.
Are there any other open session questions for B?
I just want to add that our that role, the reason why we were adding the days is because they do a lot of, for example, our Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, which was in the summer, they do all of that. They did all of that work planning that. And so we had to add the days and understanding that there are times throughout the calendar year that they are going above and beyond. And so this is helping to meet that understanding versus when they're bound to their other calendar. And registration. They're also here for registration. They help a lot of families in that process, side by side with our central office teams. So those are just some of the additional things that this committed group of people are doing, and so we wanted to recognize that as well.
Any other open session questions for B?
I do have one question. I'm not in love with the job description, but my question is, if the administration felt that we need to hire additional people down the road, and maybe this is a question for you, Dr. Garrison, will this job description come back before we hire additional people for this role?
The job description is one of the things that I think we can bring back, and that we'll be hiring additional people, and so we have to review. I always say when we hire additional people, we're always looking at their job description to see if we need to make any changes. And so if that's a request of the board if we bring more people back to have the job description available, that can be done.
And actually, you know what? I should have thought longer before I asked you that question, because I think our current practice has been once a job description is approved, it doesn't come back to the board just because you want to hire people to fill it. And overall, I support this. I think it's amazing that we're expanding it, but the current description does give me pause. And realistically, I think this is the only time that we would have to make adjustments to that, just so we're not having the administration, in all fairness, jump through additional hoops at times where it doesn't make sense.
I'm only saying that based off of your question, but also thinking that after we review this, if it moves forward, and we see what is happening, there may be a need for us to make some additions to the job description. And if that be the case, we will definitely want to bring it back so you all can see it.
Also, especially if we come back to request additional FTEs based on needs that are that we don't anticipate, but that we may encounter, it may change the context of the position further. So if that's a consideration, that is definitely, this is something that we really want to expand, and we don't know 100% how we're going to be able to reach everyone in the community that we possibly can, but we're willing to, work through this process to get to where it needs to be so that all of our minority demographics are having their needs met.
Thank you.
Are there any other open session questions about B? All right. Because we'll just take that into closed session and then come back into open with it because the reason to go for closed in 3 is the same as 2. So again, a motion may be made to convene the Human Resource Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
I'm so sorry. Again, this is for 2 and 3.
Yes.
So moved.
Is there a second? So moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Mr. Shope, can we have a roll call vote, please? Is there any discussion? Mr. Shope, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Craig Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, we'll be going into close. microphone. All right, the Human Resources Committee is reconvened in open session. Are there any questions for Exhibit A and B for open session?
Yes, the administration would like to revise the termination listed under on employee requisition Exhibit A to involuntary separation.
All right, I'll make note of that change.
I have a couple open session questions.
Board Member Levy.
Thank you. Just in the spirit of making sure that we're fully utilizing the document we have, is there a reason that the two transfers, that the per day or hourly rate isn't included with the increase or decrease? Just a fan of consistency.
There is no increase or decrease because that will depend on when and if and how many assignments they take throughout the year.
Well, no, permanent building subs make more than day-to-day subs, correct?
On a daily rate, no, they're 125 unless they take a long-term assignment. The only difference is the permanent building subs are assigned to a building and they report there every day. They're regular employees per se that are eligible for benefits. Regular subs take assignments as they wish, wherever they want to take assignments.
Oh, well, you are teaching me something new, which I'm always grateful for. So if you are a building sub, that is treated differently than if you're a day-to-day sub that takes a long-term assignment. And by long-term, anything greater in the same place for 10 days.
Correct.
Huh. Okay, thank you so much. Then just with consistency, if we could still put that hourly rate and then non-applicable for increase or decrease, just so we're being consistent, that would be helpful. And then my other questions are for Exhibit B, but I will yield the floor if other board members have Exhibit A questions.
Are there any other board members with Exhibit A questions?
All right. So one thing that concerns me is that there seems to be extreme delays in several positions listed with respect to when we're reviewing them. And what I mean by that, as we look at Exhibit B, the middle school girls volleyball coach position has an effective date of January 22nd of this year, so almost a year ago. There are 14 positions that have effective dates in August and then 5 more with September and October. So my question is there a reason why these haven't been brought before the board for approval before now?
Absolutely. So the January one should be 2024. So that's a typo.
Okay.
As far as the ones that began in August, we provide the addendums based on the information that we receive from the building administrators once they have assigned who is doing the job duties. Oftentimes, they don't have someone that they know is doing the work or someone that's done it before. I don't know the specifics to the ones that started in August for Hackett, other than we provide the addendum for your approval once we have knowledge from the administrators that they're doing that role.
So here's my concern. If I'm understanding the information you're sharing, this is not on your office. This is a problem farther upstream. Because if the effective date is August, that means I knew the person was doing the job since August. So I'm not sure why it took 4 months to get that information to you so you could present it to the board. So is that issue being addressed?
It is. So we provide at the beginning of each school year, we do provide the administrators with the opportunity to find out who in their staff will be taking on these additional duties. Now, I do know that perhaps certain individuals that were identified were probably not presented because of the delay in getting the new addenda approved that we brought forth. So perhaps that prompted a delay in the administrators to put forward the information. I can't answer to that, but usually it is not this delayed.
Not so much under your leadership, but we have had these extreme delays. That is not the case, unfortunately. So final point, just to make sure I'm understanding. If I have been working in a role since August and I am not being compensated for that, I would let someone know that. So I am really excited that it seems like that disconnect is being addressed, because it's not fair for our employees to work additional duties for 4 months without compensation.
I do want to add that oftentimes the addendums, they're not paid until, say, for example, a season or a specific task is fully completed. So they don't necessarily get paid in August, September, October. So when you see those August dates, the compensation for those duties are oftentimes paid as a lump sum at the completion of their addendum.
Oh, so people get their addendum checks like at the end of the year?
Not at the end of the year, at the end of whatever so if it's a sport, it's at the end of that sports season. If it's a building activity, it's at the end of that activity. Others that span throughout the year, they do get paid ongoing, but for the most part, it is based on the scope of that activity or sport and when it is completed, to ensure that we don't overpay anybody if they don't complete that particular task.
Okay, so these aren't sports. This is like
Correct.
building buddy, leadership team, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but those are all year, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So if I'm doing an all-year task, I don't get paid on an ongoing basis. I get that payment at the end of the school year. Is that accurate?
I don't know with the buddies to answer you accurately, and I don't want to be misleading in my response, but I can definitely get that confirmation for the board.
No rush. I don't want people performing tasks for 4 months and then not being compensated if that was their expectation when they accepted those additional roles. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Musical director position, is that the same as musical assistant director?
The musical assistants are at the middle school levels.
Right, I just want to confirm that that's the same thing as a musical assistant director.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions for Exhibit A or B?
Yeah, I've got one other question just to follow up with what Board Member Levy was saying. You know, her take on it was making sure people get paid for the work that they do, and I appreciate that. My thought is, are we sure that these were identified? Let's just take the building buddies, for example, on August 22nd, and these people had been building buddies since August 22nd and performing that duty, or did they start performing the duty in October, November, December? Because on the flip side, everybody should get paid for the work that they do and more timely, like you pointed out. But if you're not a buddy all year, we don't want to back pay when you weren't a buddy. So I just want to make sure that these people were doing it, and it was just a communication issue between building administration and KEC.
Yes, so the effective date is based on when they actually start those duties. You'll see some that are prorated because they didn't start until later on, either in the season or in the school year, based on the hire date of the individual they're mentoring or buddying. But the effective date is consistent with when they started providing those services. We do make every effort to communicate as best as we can with administrators and update the information and bring it to the board as soon as that is identified, so that there are no lapses in individuals' compensation being paid to them.
Okay, any other questions for Exhibit A or Exhibit B? Someone having a motion for Exhibit A or Exhibit B?
I move approval of Exhibit A with the administration's recommendations, the edits, and Exhibit B.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And our next meeting is Wednesday, January 3rd at 6:30 PM. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Board Member Amy Lee, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. We'll start our business meeting right at 8. get ready to get started here. Okay. I'm going to call the regular board meeting for Tuesday, December 19th, 2023 to order at 8:03 p.m. Mrs. Shope, just a minute. I'm looking at my agenda. Okay. All right. I'm going to disregard B and go on to C, our roll call. Mrs. Shope, could we have roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Brian Nichols, Tia Johnson,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present except Brian Nichols.
All right. All right. So the Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I'd like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Is there a motion for the approval of our agenda?
I have a question before we do the motion to approve. Since the December 9th meeting minutes were posted today, I just want to do a quick check to see if everyone had a chance to review that. If not, we should probably remove it.
What are you asking, Board Member Levy?
If everyone hasn't had a chance to review the minutes that were posted today, I think it would be appropriate to remove item 5S, which is a part of approving the agenda. So I'm just doing a quick check of my colleagues to make sure everyone's good to move forward with the December 9th special meeting minutes.
Well, I'm going to take a minute to review them right now.
So if there's no reason to remove them from the agenda, if everyone's good, I move approval of tonight's agenda.
I'll second.
All right, can you explain your motion, please?
Move approval of tonight's agenda.
So we have a motion to approve the agenda by Board Member A. Levy. Was that a second by Board Member Megan Miller? Okay, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion passes unanimously. Pledge of Allegiance, I'll lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Shope, do we have any public comment?
No, we have no public comment tonight.
No email and nobody present in the boardroom.
That is correct.
Okay. 3A, Student Board Report from our Student Board Representative. Connie, can you say your last name again for me?
Aquali.
Aquali, thank you.
Yep.
I did not want to misname you. Gotcha.
Okay. So today I would like to shine some light on something other than the obvious achievements many earn, which is the rise in the collective concerns many students have currently. Many feel like board members aren't connected and are out of touch with what is really happening in our lives below and in the schools. I'll put the concerns of students into question so it can be brief and it'll respect everyone's time. Firstly, a student voiced how our district data shows that we clearly have an attendance issue. No budget item appears to address this huge need that our families bear. Would you please share where and what this looks like in terms of spending? Another question that a student has brought up to me as well is that based on the thousands we spend on curriculum plus all of the district office jobs, travel expenses, etc., that eats up to maintain the failing status quo for some, is there any discussion around spending money exactly where students need it most? What difference does it make to spend thousands on curriculum when many students cannot physically be present in school? Thirdly, they were wondering how many board members have met one-on-one in small groups with teachers and students across the district. What have they learned? How do these conversations translate to direct action to help us, the students across the district? Lastly, for students who struggle and need more small group interaction, is it feasible to shift money and bodies to our school to work directly with the kids rather than to have people to tell our educators how to deal with these kids and teach? The benefit to students in our district reporting would be immense. Is there a plan in the very near future to address the needs of the students and support our teaching staff? This all has been discussed and brought up to me a few times in the past week. I understand that me, myself, as student representative, have not been very attentive to every single praise the district deserves, but I'm here to report on what our students say that they need the most, which is for their voice to be heard and valued in these decisions that affect their lives and their future. Many are not able to choose another district since public schooling is their only option. Again, I'm not here to tear anyone down, but I'm here to extend the variety of voices and perspectives that are brought up to not only my ears, but also put on my heart on a daily basis. New curriculum may not be the answer for our school district, and I hope that you all revisit these classrooms and see if this new curriculum implemented is making or breaking our students. Because if we as a group don't make an adjustment, there will never be one Beloit, one mission, or one community. We will always end up within the gap of poverty many in this district face and then some. Thank you all for listening, and I hope in the future you take my piece of words into your next decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Connie. I'm going to break a little here just to respond a little bit, 'cause I
Okay.
think it is appropriate. So Connie, we do thank you for your service and have received the feedback that you have brought, and also to the spirit in which you bring it. So I appreciate how you couch the concerns that you brought, because like you said, we want to be productive as we're working to address people's concerns, and expressing ourselves with language that is rude or is not constructive does not help. So that was very much appreciated. I think one of the things that when we talk about our roles, and we really don't have sometimes in the business meetings, we just, we're going forward with the business. So that is something we can talk about as you explained it. I'm from Beloit myself. I graduated from Beloit Memorial in 1995. And previously to that, in 1994, as a student, I came in front of the Board of Education to say, hey, we're going to have an increase of Hispanic students in our district if we follow along with the trends. And what are we doing to increase our staffing of people of color? Myself and 3 other classmates. We came to the board on a July night in 1994. So I definitely understand those questions. Moving forward to where we are today, that coming up on my 3rd year serving on the board, and there's others that have served also, that, I believe in our children in Beloit. Like I said, because I'm one of them too, as an adult now. And like I said, there's things that are there, like you mentioned, our poverty level, the demographics that we have. Curriculums are important tools. And then we also have the limited financial resources. Because in public education, everything, the money that we're using comes from the taxes that people pay on their homes. So and how much the money is ever, allocated to us by our state government. And so those are things that we have all dealt with this year in moving to that space. And we've got some surveys that are out right now to our families and our community to talk about what their tolerance is, and Dr. Garrison's going to talk about that. But like you said, listening to that direct voice of people, we just made a different decision, had to make a decision about how to compensate our teachers. And like you said, there's lots of other things that are there, but the 7 of us as board members, we're charged with setting a vision for our district, like the direction that we want to go. And Dr. Garrison and his team of administrators work on helping us to reach that vision. And then the classroom teachers, as it gets down to that, they're the direct faces that are in front of the children, helping them to learn and wanting to show progress for our students so that you're receiving the education that you need so that you can do the things that you want to do in life and get you to where you want to be. And so I think that some of the these are things that we've talked about before as a board. We wanted to shift to a space of community engagement, but really over the last 3 years, some of the things that we had to do is hire a superintendent, get our strategic plan so we had a vision and a direction to go, fill in our business office where we didn't have people to help us count the money and figure out where to go. So there's lots of things that have happened. And so we've kind of been in survival mode. But one of the things that is positive that we see our trending in our academics, that our students are doing better, that people do have choices, and that as many students as had been leaving the district, we did not experience that much of a great loss this year. So there are some places where, it takes a minute to turn things around. You're sitting next to Board Member Johnson. She was on the board in, was that 2009 to 2012? So in that 3-year period and back and forth. So it's a longer conversation about what's been happening in our district. But like I said, we do have the opportunity in the coming months that those things will be talked about more. And also, too, for us as school board members, I'm one of 7. All of us are one of 7. And our official power to do things, we can listen to individuals, but it's not a position of power where I can make a promise to somebody that something's going to happen, and just because I want it to happen, it will. So we all come back to these meetings, and in these meetings, the power of a school board is expressed when out of the 7 of us, if we're fully assembled, that the majority of us, 4 people, decide this is the direction or this is what we're going to do. For our community, too, what has happened in the most recent past is that people got elected to serve a 3-year full school board term, and people had not finished the full 3 years for different reasons. Things come up in people's life. But one of the problems many people in the community has agreed upon has been like the board members not working together well with each other. And so those are some of the things that, we have addressed in the last 3-4 years to make sure that we have continuity, so that I've also been a former employee in the school district of Beloit, so that our employees know that we're stable, even though we have financial concerns, but that they know that the 7 people who sit in front of them and make decisions are not going to be the reason that things are not working. But also, when you sit in this position of responsibility, you know, things are working or not working, and people have got to complain about something, because we've got about 5,200 students, about 850 employees. That's a lot of people. And then the parents connected to our students, because there's always a different human experience that is happening. There's going to be conflict, and we work to resolve those. So that's kind of the a large overview of the things that we're working with, you know, as a school board. But I just want to emphasize, as those questions that you brought up, those are all things that we definitely are considering and want to make progress in. But like I said, for us, the power is when we, you know, Dr. Garrison and I work to set an agenda to talk about the things that are pertinent to our district so that it runs well. And those are definitely things that will make our agenda, and you'll see them addressed. But in the end, it takes 4 of us together. When all 7 board members are assembled, it takes 7 people together, 4 people to make a decision. And then, like for our board members, people give great sacrifice of their time to come to the meetings. Sometimes people have to join the meeting remotely because there's things happening in life. Sometimes people do miss meetings, but there's like real things that are happening in people's families, like losing family members and different events. But we do have 7 people that show up for our school district and make a solid effort. So I definitely appreciate the things that that you're bringing, because in the end, and sometimes this is the bureaucratic space that kids, you know, students don't always feel what is happening here or understand it in completeness. But we are working for you. Some of us as board members have children that are in the district, have been in the district, are participating in district events. And as a parent, you know, I want for all the kids in the district the same thing that I want for my own 2 children, is that you have the best experiences and the best outcomes that we can provide with the resources that we have, because we want to have a healthy and strong community. So even to other board members to respond or add if you want to.
Thank you, Board President Levy. Ms. Aquali, I just had just really a couple pointed responses. So I love that you brought up elevating student voice. And I think that is something that we have the opportunity to continue even as we discussed tonight. So as you're talking about what happens when somebody raises an issue and like how does that translate into action, we have an agenda item tonight to talk about a referendum. And part of the process of forming the question and going through the process of going to referendum is to go through like listening sessions. And in the past, we've had community members that have helped us organize listening sessions with students, and I think that that's something that we can bring up even just this evening. So I'm so happy that you took the time and effort to put this together, because that is something that we can address now tonight. Another piece about student voice, I wanted to just like lift up because you had mentioned curriculum, our teaching and learning folks. I just went to my notes from the April 18th meeting, and unless I'm incorrect in my notes here, I just wanted to give you a good example. They did 71 student interviews and then did 2 years worth of close to 225 total student interviews and focus groups in terms of the adoption of like the math curriculum, for example. They piloted illustrative math and Eureka Math. And so like they had students go through, like they did parent, I think, stuff over the summer. And I apologize if I think I'm getting nods. Is that correct? Okay. It's been since April, so I'm trying to remember. But yeah, so I mean, it's not to say that, oh, we did it like this one time, we don't ever have to do it again. But I did want you to know that that is part of the culture of how not just our board, but our district operates. And I think that's something that as we continue to move forward, like we can build out and expand. And I love that you brought that up, because it is very important to do. And then lastly, actually, no, that was it. Those were my 3 points. So yeah, I definitely think that student focus groups are a wonderful thing to bring into a discussion about how we continue our referendum conversation later tonight. And then going forward, that was the last thing I wanted to say. Since COVID, our board has sort of like lost some capacity to do a lot of community outreach because of what Board President Levy just really beautifully articulated about all of these things that like have had to sort of take up a lot of time and resources. However, as we continue to emerge and kind of shift with a different culture, although I hear COVID's going around again, not the same like it used to be, that's something that our board has talked about a few times, and Board Member Levy has done a really wonderful job bringing that up and suggesting cadences of community outreach. She did. And so I think that's another piece that our board continues to grow in capacity. So I just wanted to thank you so much for bringing these up. It's important to bring us things that are difficult sometimes because that's how all of us grow and get better. So thank you so much for your words.
Anybody? Thank you, Board Member Aquali, Student Board Member. 3B, Superintendent Board Report.
All right, so again, well, it's that time of the year again when we prepare ourselves for the holiday break. Of course, I sincerely thank everyone for the learning that has occurred thus far in our district. I want to wish all of our students and families the very best during this holiday season and our break. I can honestly say this is our last meeting of the year, and as a bad joke, I can say I won't see all of y'all till next year. So, okay, I kind of feel the way it's supposed to fall. I would like to. All right. I would like to thank our students and staff who participated most recently in our PBS Hometown Stories Youth Media Opportunity. Our students and staff did a wonderful job with sharing their perspectives in regards to the national Latino story. We had a viewing on December 13th, and it was very well received. Additionally, we had our open house on December 13th for our Even Start program at Cunningham, and it was also well attended. I would like to thank all of our partners, of course, Black Hawk Tech, and all of the families who choose to support the programming through our Even Start programming, ESL and GED programming. I could share much more, but again, I want to say a huge thank you to the staff, students, and the community for your continued support of our great Purple Night community. And finally, I would like to say again, as we prepare for the holiday season, that we will see everyone here back on January the 3rd. And so I know that sounds like a far time from now, where you're going to blink your eyes twice and we're going to be in the new year. So I'll see everyone here back on January 3rd. Thank you. That's my very brief but detailed board report.
Any questions for the superintendent? Committee and other board reports, Business Operations, Finance, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service, Governance Committee, Legislative Update, and Policy Committee.
The Business Operations and Finance Committee has not met since our last full business meeting, so we will meet again on Wednesday, January 3rd at 5:30.
Okay.
Board Member Schneider.
Okay. The Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee met earlier this evening. We had a great presentation on the achievement gap reduction and the process that we've had. And just looking at the trends are greatly moving forward and continue to show a lot of growth in all grades, especially we looked at the kindergarten through third grade levels. And I'm real pleased with the improvements there and looking forward to even more improvements in the year to come.
Is that the next one, governance? Because I'm between agendas. Okay. The Governance Committee met in November. We have not met in December. We won't meet in December. And just a highlight from our November conversation, we did speak with EUA, who provided our facilities a study, about $23 million in end-of-life projects to do now or more immediate concern, and about 140 million over the next 10 years. So those full studies will come back up again, as we're considering our referendum question and other things to prioritize. So that'll come back up again. Legislative and policy.
Although I don't have a formal report posted in board docs, I did want to call attention to some progress that a recent bill has made. And it's special because it was introduced by both Representatives Spreitzer and Anderson, State Senator Spreitzer and Assemblyman Anderson, who are our representatives. And I'm just going to read you the text briefly of the bill. It's Senate Bill 817. And it's an act to amend 121.91 parent 7 and create 121.91 parent 4M of the statutes relating to school district revenue limit adjustment for the cost of unfunded state mandates on school districts. So just to explain and give some context to that, there are many wonderful things that come through, and some not so wonderful things that come through our state legislature with regards to education, public education. A positive example would be a couple of years ago, there's a state mandate that passed, for example, requiring every school district to teach about the Holocaust, which passed, I think, unanimously with full bipartisan support. However, mandates like this often come unfunded, which really places a burden on school districts. And it's, we just heard from our student representative talking about where do resources go and why aren't more direct things going to students? And so what this bill proposes to do is to allow districts that receive direction from the legislature to carry out an unfunded mandate, they would be allowed to levy above the revenue limit to pay for it. So for example, we are well situated in the school district of Beloit because we already have a fabulous financial literacy program. However, there are some other districts that are now being mandated to introduce financial literacy into their school districts as an act of the state. So the textbooks, figuring out staffing and all these things, and those districts pull resources away, like direct services to students, while they're kind of getting their ducks in a row to do that. And so it would allow districts like that to levy above their limit in order to fund those things. So I'm not sure what the outlook of that bill will be, but it has advanced. It's in the state Senate, and it is, again, Senate Bill proposed 817. So that's new and exciting, and that's all I have. Thanks.
The Policy Committee will next meet on Wednesday, January 10th at 5:30. Please note that this is an adjustment from our regularly scheduled first Wednesday of the month meeting.
All right, we're on to 5, consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in the normal sequence. Is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
I actually need 2 items removed. 5S is in Sam and 5R is in Ricky.
5S and 5R. 5S, approve the agenda. Okay.
Forgive me, 5A, consider the extension of the contract with TC Networks. And I need,
R for Ricky Bobby. You need that one too?
let me double check. I don't want to misspeak twice. Okay, so quick question, and this will determine if I needed. No. The approval for the minutes for December 5th. So that's Q, A and Q.
All right, does anybody else need a removal from the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion for the consent agenda minus A and Q?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Johnson to approve the consent agenda minus A and Q. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And A, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. So just a couple quick questions on the presentation that was attached in board docs. My first question is, how does the RFP process differ from the federal E-rate competitive bidding process? And the reason I'm specifically asking is the E-rate available for all technology contracts or just ones with specific entities?
Probably the best way to describe your first question with regards to the differences between the RFP process and the federal E-rate process, I would summarize it that the federal E-rate process is more robust than any RFP process that the district would do. The federal RFP or the federal E-rate process includes step one of a competitive bidding, which then opens that up to any potential vendor that would be able to deliver the services and provide a response to that opportunity. Whereas the local RFP process, we would craft the RFP. As I commented, I think, to the Finance Committee, I'm not an expert in technology, so I'd probably would rely upon our technology friends at TC Networks to help craft the RFP, which ironically would be the RFP that they would be responding to. So it almost kind of, I don't want to say gives them an unfair advantage, but certainly tips the cards in their favor. So that, I think, addresses your first inquiry, and I apologize. Can you repeat the second?
No, I actually think you answered in the process, but just so we're clear, is the E-rate available to all technology contracts? It sounds like it's yes, or just specific entities?
The E-rate program is available to all schools and libraries that provide technology services. There are certain services that E-rate can fund, and then certain services that they don't touch. So there are some guidelines there, but it's available for schools and libraries. Beloit's participated for a number of years in that. We contract with them for technology services, i.e. TC Networks, some of our internet access, and they can provide funding for equipment that's purchased as well. The key component with E-rate is that school districts are essentially allotted a certain dollar amount. How you choose to utilize that dollar amount, is up to us. So it's not like an unlimited funding source where 30% of anything that we buy technology, we get refunded or, reimbursed by the feds. It's not quite that available.
So if I'm understanding your description accurately, the RFP says, hey, we have a job, come submit your bids, and then we look at quality of the contract and price and figure out what's best. With the federal E-rate competitive bidding process, it sounds like it's more robust, but it doesn't necessarily give you, it doesn't necessarily lower the price, but it supplements it. Am I understanding it correctly?
So the E-rate program would provide supplemental funding, does help lower the cost. I think much like any competitive bid RFP price or program, you've got vendors competing for your business. So therein, you're hoping to secure a service provider at an appropriate cost basis for us.
So if we got 3 bids for $5, $6, and $7, the E-rate's not going to lower those proposals. It's just going to supplement and assist us with paying for whichever proposal we choose. Am I understanding it correctly?
Right. And using your same scenario of $5, $6, and $7, let's just say that through E-rate, perhaps we can apply $2 or $3 worth of federal funding to help offset that cost.
Right.
So it doesn't really matter if we choose the 5 or the 7. The $2 to $3 would apply to either or all of those that submit bids. Yes.
Got it. So
Yep.
my next question is, what is the current end date for our TC Networks contract?
June 30th of 2024.
Okay. And then I was surprised to see on that last slide that it has a dollar sign and 3 dots instead of actual cost information. And I'm sure that was probably verbalized to the committee, but it made it a little challenging to me because I didn't go to that meeting. So what is the current cost of extending the contract for 2 years? And is there the opportunity cost that we could potentially get a better rate if we went with someone else?
So coming back to your cost question first, great question, but because we still have to go through the Fed E-rate process, we don't really know the absolute cost yet. Because TC Networks, our current provider, would need to submit a bid and proposal, as would any other vendor that we may choose to utilize. So the cost, I would say, is still to be determined. The challenge that the district entailed was that a year ago, when the board, we found ourselves in a situation where the board needed to offer a 1-year extension to TC Networks for whatever the reason was. I wasn't here yet then, so I really wasn't quite privy to all of that knowledge. But when that happened, it kind of disrupted this alignment that we had between our local contract term period and this E-rate 5-year term period.
Right.
So thus, we're trying to realign, seeking to do this 2-year term, if we can, to make those connections again in June of 2026, if my memory serves correct.
So help me understand this. If we don't know what our options cost, why is the administration comfortable with saying we should go with TC Networks? I thought that work was done and you determined that with quality of service and price point, this is the way we're recommending you go. Am I correct in my understanding that we don't have that $5, $6, $7 and we want to go with TC Networks?
Yeah, we still have to go through the E-rate competitive bidding process. So I think why this has been an agenda item the past couple of months has been, this is somewhat a change from the district's past practice of doing a local RFP and seeking a 3-year term. Because doing that 3-year term would sort of disrupt that E-rate alignment that we're seeking to do. Certainly, we can do a 2-year RFP, but the point is that I'm not sure that we have the local expertise into identifying the specifics of the technology requirements, whatever that we need. And 2, even with doing the local RFP, we still have to do this federal E-rate program in order to apply federal E-rate dollars to help offset the costs.
Absolutely. So if I'm understanding you correctly, I totally agree with the alignment because I can't think of a reason why we wouldn't want to use the federal E-rate.
Right.
But I don't understand why we would commit to a company without knowing what our options are and being relatively secure that that's the best option for our district. And it sounds like we don't have the expertise to know what we need, and I hope I misunderstood that.
No, I don't think that you did, because I don't have the expertise in technology. I do have a call scheduled tomorrow with our E-rate consultant from CISA 10
Okay.
to walk through all of this. There is a timing aspect with them as well. I think we have to have something finalized, completed, issued by the end of January, memory serving me correctly. So they're doing some follow-up on their end as well to make sure we hit those deadlines.
Mr. Shady, I so appreciate the work that you've put in and your transparency. And I may be a little premature in this, but I'm not able to support a bid for a specific company when, one, it seems like we don't know exactly what we need and we don't have options available to determine what's going to be the best fit. But I totally agree with aligning it with the process so that the allocation of dollars and the budgeting can be smooth. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there other board members with questions on A?
I mean, I'll just make a comment. I've worked, with TC Networks. Like we work with them in my district where I teach, and I mean, I'm familiar with their work as a board member from that perspective as well. And I think it makes a lot of sense to continue the contract with TC Networks. Only for a number of reasons that you had kind of already covered, but also because like their expertise and specialization with not just our district, but with like kind of educational technology in general, like really takes a burden, I think, off of our staff and allows us to specialize. And sometimes it can be really good to, outsource for efficiency. So, I mean, I'm still totally in support of approving it this evening. But yeah.
No, and thank you for providing that context. I have never had a bad experience with TC Networks. I think they are fabulous humans. However, it's my opinion, just Amy Joyce Levy, we need to be fiscally responsible and we need to have the information to make wise choices. And so I'm not comfortable with making a decision when it's not clear to me what our options are and why those are our options.
So, I don't know, are there other board members with questions? Let me get that in there. So last year when we went the 1-year extension, that is what put us off the cycle that we were on. So we continue with TC Networks. What is the scope or what is the expected estimate that the 2-year service would be? I mean, I know it's not this.
Let me see if I can find our current. So our current contract with them for the 23-24 school year, just under $785,000. And I'll let the board know that a year or so ago, when TC Networks provided some contract terms to the district, they did present a 2- and a 3-year option, taking them all the way out to that 25-26 timeframe, then aligning with the E-rate 5-year cycle again. They had fixed costs at $784,572 per year for each of the 3 years.
Okay. So one of the, just kind of as we're working it through, I do, so the request is to move forward with TCU for the next TC Networks. I got college football on my mind. Is to move forward with TC Networks for the next 2 years of an extension, and imagine we'd be going back to like the quoted price from last year and asking in some of that conversation.
We would certainly remind them that their last proposal to the district,
Right.
had a 3-year price lock essentially in place, and kind of coach them about perhaps what our expectation might be.
All right. And just in the in-between from, with the 1 year, I mean, because, really where we're at, as you mentioned, is that, you weren't here last year at this time. Dr. Garrison had just gotten here. And I think, another space that, this is the impact of all the work that needs to be done out of this office. And so when some, if you're focused on a referendum, you're focused on all the things that we have been focused on. That's a lot to do, and certain things kind of fall into a place. Is that kind of my understanding of like where we're at on this project, that just lots of things in the mix, and to get aligned with the E-rate and be able to look forward to that dedicated time for this one project also is needed.
So let me just jump in real quick.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just say, the school district has worked with TC Networks for a number of years now. They have provided nothing but exceptional service to our entire staff. When I got here initially, those were questions that I naturally have to look at because this was one of those big contracts. But even when looking at their contract, one could argue they have been consistent even in their numbers for many years. I'd be hard pressed to think that the district has not been served at a very high level, and I would, of course, like to see them, stay with us moving forward. Now, I brought the 1 year to the conversation last year due to the information that I was, being presented with our current, at the time with our current business manager. We believed that 1 year extension was what we needed at the time. I, at that time, did not have the information around the E-rate. Otherwise, I would have said, let's move it to 2 years versus 1. Okay, and we would still be with them now, and they would still be our partners doing the great work in which they have moved forward with. I also did not want the E-rate conversation to be missed, and so therefore me and Mr. Chady got together and started having the conversations around bringing this back to the board because, again, the discounts that could possibly come from the E-rate, additional to the overall cost of the company, would be beneficial to us. Naturally, everyone knows I look at numbers a lot, and here we are again with the conversation around possibly saving dollars after we are able to align the E-rate with the conversation. And so, with that being said, again, I believe the TC Networks have been a wonderful partner of the school district, and I am very pleased with their services thus far. Again, as I mentioned, even last year, in the short time that I was here, they have not missed a beat, and I would like to keep that consistency moving forward.
I just have a quick question, Dr. Garrison. I think it's important when we're making decisions that we have all of the pertinent information. And it's not to say that in the end, we wouldn't go with TC Networks, but is there a reason we don't have the information of options in front of us? Because for me, saving money is important, but justification of dollars spent is also an important component. So if we have these three entities and TC Networks comes out on top, then for me, that's a no-brainer. Because the E-rate, if I understood it correctly, can be used with anyone. So it's not we would miss savings because we're going to do whatever the application process is for the E-rate, but I'm just not clear why we don't have options in front of us and then a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's on me. I think in retrospect, as I reflect back on this, I think the title perhaps could have been better, should have been better, and perhaps the motion could have, should have as well. The real intent with all of this was to change past practice away from doing the local RFP for a 3-year term, because that wouldn't have gotten us to the end goal that we were looking for. And on top of that, the RFP process is kind of a local. We still have to go through the federal E-rate bidding process anyway. And because that process is more robust and that outreach can touch more vendors that have expertise and abilities and perhaps willingness to provide a bid. So really that was kind of the motivation, is to, one, educate the committee and the board and to gather some blessings with, we're okay, we understand where you're going, and we're okay with that slight deviation of past practice is perhaps the best way to summarize that.
Thank you for that additional context. But I still feel the same way. For me, if I'm going to make a decision to approve something, I want to know what the options are, what the prices are associated with those options, as well as the services, and then be able to justify the decision we made. So, yeah.
So kind of just as is proposed, is this, like we're saying that we're going to contract with TC Networks. We don't know what it'll cost, but we think it'll be about the same, but just approve working with TC Networks? Or is this to say we're not going to do the local RFP process, but we still have to put it out to bid because that's part of the federal process, and we're going to have a 2-year contract versus a 3-year contract?
But it wouldn't go out to bid if we approve to extend the contract. Is that correct?
But it still needs to go through the federal E-rate process regardless. So no matter what we do, I believe we still have to go through that process, 28 days of open bidding by vendors. Yes.
Absolutely, but if we approve to extend the contract, we're not doing the open bid process. We're doing the give us the money to supplement what we're paying process, but we're not doing the open bid process that would give us options to choose from. Is that accurate?
I believe so, but I want to clarify that with our E-rate consultant tomorrow morning.
Because if we vote to extend this for 2 years, we're not then going to say, hey, who wants to do this job? Because we're locked in. And the e-bid, in my mind, is separate because we can use it anywhere. That's why I started with those questions. This is the amount that we can apply to whatever contract we choose to use. Thank you.
So, just again to provide clarity to the conversation, last year when I brought this to the board for the 1 additional year, the E-rate conversation was not brought to me at that time. If so, I would have brought to you all a 2-year extension aligning with the E-rate conversation. It was brought to me this year in conversation with Mr. Chady, and I do want to align that conversation. However, we only got a 1 year with them in this conversation. And so I just want to make sure that people know kind of my rationale or where I am right now with the conversation. I also want to make sure that the board does have this information that it's looking for to make an informed decision. And so at the current time, I believe the administration will be willing to postpone this conversation or table the conversation until January the 3rd, when I'm able to have additional conversations around specific, although I don't think it's going to change, dollar amounts to the extension for TC Networks and additional conversations that we can have with our CISA contact as pertains to additional E-rate thought process. So the administration would like to table this so we can proceed with today's meeting.
And just for clarification, the E-rate is separate from the bid process. So, and I'm just going to speak, and then I'd love to hear from other colleagues. I want options in January, and then E-rate is separate. So if we have an option for 5, an option for 6, an option for 7, and then we have the amount of the E-rate, then we know what it can be applied to. But this is just me personally, what I don't want to see in January is TC Networks and then the E-rate, because that's still not giving us the options to select from.
I cannot, well, right at the current time, I'm not sure if within the holiday season and in 2 weeks we'll have bids available for.
That is
Board,
completely
James.
reasonable.
Correct.
When
I'm
is
just
the
telling you.
deadline that this decision needs to be made? Because it sounds like, if I'm remembering correctly, the contract ends at the end of this school year.
The contract does end at the end of the school year. I believe the decision has to be made no later than February. But again, I'll touch base with Sarah tomorrow morning on that. I know she's been pushing for a January deadline, and I think that's to then open up the 28-day E-rate competitive bidding process that's required to meet the end of February timeframe. But again, I think postponing tonight's action is good, and then I've got lots of questions then to speak with Sarah about tomorrow and get some clarification on it.
Thank you so much.
All right, anybody else with any other questions for A? Got to understand how we're going to move forward. All right, we are R, Board Member Levy?
No, and it's my fault that you think it's R, because that's what I said. It's 5Q.
Q.
All right. I would just like to request that the addresses for individuals who participated in public comment be removed from the minutes before they're approved, and by doing that, made available to the public. Hopefully everyone is aware, but policy 187 for public participation at board meetings was amended in August of this year to remove the requirement that individuals participating in public comment need to give their home address before they give whatever their statement or comment is. Now, we still capture that information, and that goes to the board secretary, but since we removed the requirement that people verbally state their home address, I don't think it's appropriate to then print it in the minutes. And then the other thing that is of lesser importance to me, but if we're making adjustments, I'll throw it in. The minutes don't include the time the time the board adjourned from closed session. So if that information is available, if that could be added, that would be helpful.
Anybody else with questions or comments on Q? Okay. Is there a motion for the approval? What'd you say?
Board President Levy, I believe we already approved the consent agenda. These were removed. Oh, but these were, oh, so. Oh, I see what you're saying. My apologies. Thank you. Got it.
I move approval for item 5Q, the December 5th regular board minutes, with the deletion of home addresses from those participating in public comment and the addition of the adjournment time for closed session if that information is available.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member A. Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're on to 6A, referendum next steps.
All right, well, thank you, board members. Again, I'm here tonight to just give us a quick update around our referendum conversation, and it's been, again, a fast and furious conversation over these past few months, but I do believe we are well positioned ourselves to continue with the conversation as we have been doing since September. And so what I have for you today is really just some updates of some of the things that we've been doing. A lot of times what I didn't get to do along the way last year was to share this type of information. It was like, fast and furious, get some stuff done and keep it moving. And in this case, I have had a little time to kind of put some things together to let you see kind of what's been going on since we last approved this conversation back on September the 19th. And as you can see here, I won't read all this information to you, but here are some of the highlights in which we have been working on since the September 19th resolution to support a referendum. And of course, the board, unanimously moved approval to pursue the operational referendum for April 2nd, 2024. And so since September, naturally, it starts with conversations. And so what you see in October was those conversations beginning to happen. I've had conversations with the executive team, administrative team, Baird, detailed conversations with the business department, schools perceptions, additional detailed conversations with our communications department as well. And so naturally for me, it is about making sure that from an in-district perspective, that we are properly communicating with all channels as it pertains to gearing up for this conversation. And so the month of October captured a lot of that. Naturally, there were meetings, there were conversations, again, there were, back and forth opportunities to try to figure out, how we're going to move forward with our timeline that we have to get to, referendum here in April the 2nd. In November, we moved those conversations, actually, I like to call it actually to paper and to doing, right? And so you have the approval, you have the conversations, and then you start to move those same conversations to actually doing. And so we continue the conversations with our school perceptions, of course, and with the communications department. And we begin to start to put together a lot of the literature that a lot of us in the room have already seen over this past month and a half. We completed surveys. We sent those surveys out to families. We started our listening sessions. We put together a website. We put together training for our staff, the KC front desk. We started beginning to put things on Facebook. We started to do postcards and QR codes within the community. And so again, you move from saying what you want to do to the conversations around it to actually what it actually looks like in a doing perspective. And so if you put those three things to a referendum perspective, when you put those three things in a referendum perspective, you can actually see how this all can come together. From there, naturally, we are still in November. We started to really get in front of other organizations, letting them know that this is happening, right? And so WCLO is I want to say a huge partner of the school districts, but we also reached out to them to see if we can get out to the general public that we are, moving forward with this, and a lot of our community opportunities are now in your hands, and you can actually start to participate in a lot of these events that we've had thus far. We also, again, started to develop more written literature as well. In December, of course, naturally, we can't do this work without making sure that all parties are aware of what's going on. And again, last year, I just didn't have a whole lot of time to do a lot of the things that I'm doing right now. But in December, I had a meeting with all the admin to really start to communicate their next steps and how they are going to be able to support the conversations around the referendum. The referendum is really about making sure that our constituents and our community have the information in order to make an informed decision at the polls, okay? And so part of the conversations in December is making sure that my administrative team understands that thought process and understands that level of communication will be needed as we get closer and closer to our question, what am I looking for? The question development, thank you. Development of our question, thank you. And so in December, we also started with more web alerts. And again, of course, the survey is out, more communications around that in our listening sessions. We did some pre-meetings with Baisley. As you all know, last year I came to the board letting you all know that there was going to be some costs that occurred with this. We are starting to have those conversations now. The good thing about it, we do have a real good roadmap of what we did last year. And again, barring a few hundred votes, we did. I believe we put our best efforts forward in the 7-week time frame that we had. And so we have started having conversation with some of our printing opportunities that we worked with last year. Of course, naturally, in my newsletters, those are huge. The people review those a lot in our district. I can tell you that. Thousands of people look at the newsletter. And so we have upped our information around our referendum into the newsletter as well. We most recently wanted to capture as many thoughts, as many community participation in our survey that's went out to the community. And so we have extended our deadline to December the 29th. And in having conversation with schools' perceptions is really about them being able to gather all the data and put it together in a report to, again, share that with myself and, of course, the board. I believe by extending this, it allows people not to have that rush mentality around right before the Christmas break. The holiday break here and Christmas break, as well as butted up right up against I like to say, the New Year's holiday as well. And so by extending it to December the 29th, we are able to capture more survey results from our community. In January, we'll have an additional referendum listening session, of course, and the board will review and do some more question and preparation prep for the January 11th meeting. Now, this slide really kind of lays out some of the things that's already happened and also moves us into the conversation of where we're kind of going up into the board preparation and writing question session on January 11th. And so really, the November 29th, we had a session here at COLAC, 30th virtual, 12th Rotary Center, 18th virtual, 27th through the 29th. Yes, Dr. Garrison may still be working during that time. We will look at some of the survey results and conversations with school perceptions. January the 3rd, some survey opportunities. I will have a survey presentation prepared for the board. And I say that's tentative right now. And that's all based off of how much our partners can get done within that time frame of December 27th to 29th. Of course, I have another session at the Beloit Public Library on January 9th. And the 3rd through the 10th, again, I will share these results with our with our community. And so there will be an opportunity for me to share the results before our board question writing opportunity on January 11th. And so then again, this gives us a nice time frame to work from with a very, again, I call it real tight window, but a window that we can work with. I would like to thank the board members who responded to the survey to at least get that date kind of solidified. But again, this next slide gives us kind of where we're going to be going even before that. I mean, beyond that. So that was pretty much like phase one. So from September 19th, October, remember, it's about the conversations. November, it's about the doing. December is about really communicating like bigger next steps. January kind of gets us into those final steps of getting all the data and information from our community survey, as well as the board on writing prep. And so phase two will allow us to then again, after the writing of the operational referendum question, the deadline to approve this at the board level is January 22nd. And I know there are some things that we could, depending on how much time it takes us to write the question, it could all be done on January 11th, so it can be approved at our following meeting on January, I think it's the 16th. But again, actually last year, we had to come back maybe twice, I think it was, if my memory serves me correctly, before it got approved at that board meeting, the question within itself. All paperwork has to be to the county clerk by January 23rd. And then, of course, after that paperwork is to the county clerk, I then start to prepare a new presentation, all right? That new presentation is then built around, again, some of the information that we currently have, as well as what we are moving towards in our question. So we'll implement our question a little bit more into our presentations. So February through March, again, to me, it's just a two-phase step process here. February through March is communication presentation throughout the community. And again, I haven't laid out all of that information yet because we're not there. But those things will come with dates, time, places, special events, and all that information is to be determined at the current time. But I did want to give a real quick snapshot of kind of what we've been doing since the September the 19th conversation, but also allow the board to understand where we will be going after we come back from the holiday season. That actually concludes my update because that's what I really want to kind of bring to the board and our next steps. And I, of course, will take questions.
Any questions? First, Dr. Garrison.
Just a quick one. Are there plans to update this presentation and to upload it in board docs?
So, yes, and well, I always like to go back and check on some of the things that I've already written before I upload it to board docs. So I want to do that first before I upload it to board docs. That's a yes. I can't update this to board docs. But I do want to add some stuff too, though. That makes sense?
I completely support that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, Dr. Garrison, about where we are at the referendum process?
Yeah, I did have a question. I mean, so one would be like, would it be possible, given not only just like our student board report, but just the growing interest in the community? Like, I know I was privileged enough to attend one of our listening sessions, and folks were asking, I think it was Ms. Jacobson was asking, like, oh, what are we doing to kind of get the word out? And you gave a really great response about, like 1,000,000,005 things. But it's like, despite the 1,000,000,005 things that we're doing, I think, very well, there's still any institution struggles, right, with outreach. And so I'm wondering the extent to which it would be possible for like our, maybe to arrange, like maybe it's a board listening session or something like that, or what the interest might be, and maybe target specific groups such as like students. Because like and I think certainly to that point, some constituencies like need more targeted outreach. Like it's one thing to say, yeah, these are open meetings, anybody can come. But I mean, I think some people, whether it's folks that feel like disempowered or people who just we don't have a direct line of communication, like we need to like really make a decisive effort to invite. For example, when I was on the library board, we did some strategic planning, and we spent hours kind of figuring out what are our targeted groups and like how do we want to target them and like what's the best way to reach out to different folks. So I'm just wondering what you believe, given this exhaustive work that you've just laid out for us, where our capacity is to provide additional listening session opportunities and the extent to which the board, you would like our board to be involved.
Thanks.
So last year we had over 45 meetings in 7 weeks. I had over 45 meetings in 7 weeks. So I will, again, laying out all of those meetings, of course, takes time. I'm not there yet to determine what all of those meetings will look like. I do know what I believe worked last year and also what I believe I could make improvements on. And again, reaching out to our, certain student populations, targeting the, not necessarily targeting, but looking out for the 18-year-old conversation, absentee voting conversation. We know that April the 2nd, I didn't get a chance to share this, but thank you for your question. It kind of brought me to the voting day. April 2nd is actually during our spring break. And so there will be some targeted themes that I will have to do differently than I did last year to target certain groups. Again, I believe I could have did a better job at targeting the 18-year-old group last year. Duly noted, right? I also believe that the get out to vote conversation could have been a little bit better. Duly noted. And again, some of these thoughts are still lingering in the back of my brain. In addition to what I do know that did work, which was a lot of community sessions. I did a lot of community sessions, and the word was, very, very much so out in the community. So an informed decision could have been made, was made. And so, to go back to answering your question, yes, there are some additional targeted things that I have to line up. Those things haven't been put on my major, I like to call it, document just yet, because that's in phase 2. And so when I'm able to lay out phase 2 in more detail, those same 45 sessions in 7 weeks will look a little different to the public.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up, and then I'm going to yield to other board members because I do have 2 other things, but I'm happy to circle back. So it sounds to me like I appreciate all that context. It sounds like when we get into the phase 2 sessions, to what extent have we or will we analyze the turnout and sort of the outcome of the last election in terms of disaggregating which groups showed up, which groups were most supportive, which groups were least supportive, et cetera. And I know Mr. Shady gave a beautiful presentation. I know we've done a lot of that work already, so thank you for that. I'm just curious, the extent to which that data is informing how we are how we are targeting, how we are scheduling, the locations, et cetera. And obviously, like I said, I think targeting toward different groups of students is important, parents, community groups, teachers, retired teachers. There's all kinds of different, I could probably name 30 right now, but I won't. Thanks.
So you're right. One of the things that me and Ms. Shope did last year was we looked at where all the votes came from. That was very important to kind of just know that information and really looking at, because all that information is, you can get the information that's there. Yeah. So really looking at the yeses and the nos and, where all those votes came from was very important to me. Naturally, I wasn't able to get that until after the election. But now that I have that, I can actually target more spaces in certain communities. And it's not to say that, again, last year it was new for me. It was new for the entire district. So there was a lot of learning things that I learned along the way. And I think, the major takeaway that I have now is that I'm not trying to convince anybody, which I can't. But what I can do is, again, to provide the information at the highest level so you can make an informed decision. And where I go is also very important in that conversation. And so we will be doing that across the board, across the district. It's going to be much more people participating in providing this information. As last year, that was a heavy load on myself as the district administrator.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll look forward to seeing kind of the data that's informing those details. So I'm going to yield for right now. Thanks.
Any other questions from board members about
I have a brilliant suggestion. We all ready? Dr. Garrison, as your schedule permits, I would love for you to schedule multiple sessions at our high school, and students can sign up for their flex period to come here and understand the presentation and to provide feedback. I think that that is a wonderful way to engage our students and make sure that their voice is included in the messaging, because really we're doing this referendum for them. And then also to get feedback, I think that could be really powerful, and we want to make it as convenient as possible for our students to engage.
So what you're suggesting is engagement of the students?
Yeah, no, it's and Ms. Aquali, you are the expert on this because this is your experience, but it's my understanding that each week, students can pick what their flex time is used for the following week. So if they had the option of, Dr. Garrison's going to be in the auditorium on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I can sign up for my flex period to come learn about this referendum and provide my input, et cetera, I think that would be a wonderful opportunity for student engagement. And if we could also do if you could also do some variation of that at BLA, so we can make sure that all of our high school voices and even younger grades as appropriate. I don't have all that worked out yet though, but just to make sure that because we're doing this for our kids. So to make sure that their voice is incorporated in how we're messaging this, and what are the things that are really going to, because I do want to convince our community to support this. What are the things that is going to solicit buy-in from our community? I just think that that's a wonderful opportunity to make it convenient for our kids.
You know, when we build the presentation out, I can target the presentation to support the conversations at the high school level. Like I said, I know that's an area that I could have did better at last year, in targeting. Again, that 18-year-old vote is important, and even registering the vote is important at that age. And so the absentee conversation is also something that we can actually have with our staff and our students. And again, those are some of the things that I learned from last year that, knowing that now I can move forward in a different.
And just for clarification, I think all of what you just said is great. However, I think it's dual focuses, or foci, dual focuses. The voting and the registering to vote, like all of that is fantastic. And I want everyone who's eligible to vote, okay? Not telling you how to vote, but I want you to vote. But the emphasis is we want to hear from our kids and what things are important to them and how they want to shape the messaging. That is the information we want to get, and also encourage them to vote if they are eligible.
May I add something? Okay. Thank you. I think that is a brilliant idea, and I truly believe also a good place to host that would be our cafeteria, since it's a perfect place to have presentations, and there's a lot of seating available. Also, I do think it's very important to use that flex period, since a lot of students cannot go to different classrooms at all during academic lab, and it's not too early, but it's not too late within a day. So I would second that. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, Board Member Levy. Just logistically, our community has a survey where they're going to answer whether we go for 9 million, like 11 million or 12 million. And there's different things that are included in those asks. As a former high school social studies teacher, the best way I can say this is that as we begin to engage young people on different topics, there's a level of understanding that has to be built, because if our community in the survey selects the $9 million option, but a lot of the ideas that come across are the $12 million option, somehow you have to explain that to all people involved why you're not doing the things that they asked for, even though the community selected the $9 million option. This is what the survey says can get approved. So I understand the enthusiasm and the idea. I just want to point out some potential potholes and missed expectations that could be created. But I know Dr. Garrison is talented. So with that brilliant idea, he'll figure out how to do that.
Yes to, and I'm done. Yes to all of the things you just said. However, I always want to look to find a way to say yes to a brilliant idea. So if we have the constraints of the 9 million or the 12 million, then it's just framing. This is what we have to work with. What are your priorities? And even if this is what we have and this is why, because it's an educational institution, that's what we do. So we definitely want to make sure everyone's informed. How do you recommend we message this?
Well, I mean, I think it is important as we talk about this. A no vote is we're not going to give you more money for the things that your budget says you need and find more things to cut so kids have less opportunities, because there will be some cuts that need to be made. A yes vote, and it depends on what we're saying yes to, says this will be supported. But like I said, that's whether you say yes or you say no, it's your right to say whatever. But there's a lot there. I think the bigger point is, as we work together as a board and superintendent, that we have to think about what parts are we actually carrying out and what parts other people have to carry out, and not to unduly burden them with carrying out certain parts of that. Any other questions for Dr. Garrison about the referendum?
I have a couple, but does anybody else have anything?
Oh, it's mine at the end. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not taking up other people's stuff. Okay. I have a comment that I'll say for the end that's very short, a very quick question, and a longer question. So I'm going to start with my longer question. We'll work our way down. Okay, my longer question is, I appreciate everything that Board President Levy just said, and it's a really good segue. So when we did the community survey, all of this was prior to the arrangement we just came to with the BEA and how we have determined to fund, our personnel and the teaching staff and everything, right? So my question is, let's say, because there wasn't language about teacher pay, I think necessarily highlighted or, focused on in the survey, but now this has kind of risen up as an issue. In fact, speaking of student voice, we've received a number of emails from our students expressing concern, right, over how we're compensating our teachers. So because the things have changed since the survey, and without wanting to jeopardize the integrity of the results of the survey, I'm curious, Dr. Garrison, what your thoughts are in terms of different avenues we might have to bring new information in. So I'm not saying, well, we've got new information, let's throw out all that work we did with the survey. I'm just wondering, how do we work horizontally to bring in additional information and also honor the feedback that we've gotten from the community? More specifically, and then I'm going to stop talking and let you talk, is I know at Parkview's school district, we've been talking, so we're going to referendum, and we've talked a lot about leading with please fund our referendum so that we can give a certain percentage increase to teachers, because Parkview, we got a 1.9 and then some change that was a one-off, so which is significantly lower than what we're even able to do here. And so they're going to the community and talking about hey, we'd like to pay our teachers more. We couldn't this year. Would you support the referendum to pay teachers more? And that's gotten some positive feedback given the preliminary results I've seen just as a teacher there. And I'm just curious if that's something that, if we wanted to consider similar messaging, how we could do that while holding the integrity of the survey data that we have.
So I think there's nothing off the table when you're trying to get a referendum approved. And so I do believe that after we get through the informational sessions and we get some of that survey results back, incorporating certain things that we've heard along the way can be, discussed in the presentation and put out in certain literature. And I think that comes in that phase 2 well, that will come in that phase 2 part of the conversation. Last year, again, we had the ad hoc committee. They, made their recommendations. I had to bring that to the board, and that was how I, moved through that phase. This year, a little bit different. More people are able to, chime in to what they will support, which will help guide our conversations when we come to the question writing portion. But again, even at that portion of the conversation, the board has the ability to determine, direction, conversations, thoughts, after I'm able to bring what I've heard from the community. And so, to me, that's captured in phase 2.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. And I know we have like the ability to guide all of that and like
Yeah.
clearly, I mean, I'm being fully transparent and just not to put too fine a point on it, that's obviously something I'm interested in including in our language kind of when we get to that point. However, Board President Levy is 100%, I totally agree with everything he said. We have to be aware of like the pitfalls it creates when we ask people, do you want to do A or B? And they tell us like B, and then we're like, oh, cool, we're doing Q, right? And we have to be, I'm just, just to be clear, I think it's an excellent point, and I realize that I'm bringing in new information, but I don't want to suggest that I'm disregarding what Board President Levy has brought up, because I think both are important,
Well, my recommendation, I mean, you all can write the questions naturally, but I will have a recommendation in all of this work as well.
Yeah, right.
Just as I did last year. And so those thoughts will, be, taken into, consideration. But again, in the public, that's why we did it this way too, to gather more, solicit more opportunities for people to say, this is what we will support. And that's kind of part of how we have to guide ourselves in January.
No, that's beautiful. So I love how you explain that, and I think as part of our messaging, as we continue to interact with the community in these sessions that you've been beautifully executing as far as I can see, letting people know, like, as we get your information, like, here's phase 2, just like you've communicated with us. Like, if I were a community member, that would make sense to me, and I think that's a very clear and fair way of explaining the evolution of how a question is built. Like, that has to be part of kind of like our front loading, right, and how we do this. So thank you, that's amazing. And then I have 2 very quick things. Last question, let's say there is a member of like the business community or people who work directly with kids, coaches, et cetera, who are like, yeah, we want to come out and support our kids. Like, how do we get involved? Is there a yes group? I've heard this question a number of times over the last several weeks. I'm not sure like how to direct people. What role ethically can the district play? Because I know there are limitations on what district leaders can kind of say about a referendum and whether to support it. So what power or resources does the district have to help direct community members to like be, so, if they wanted to find a group or create a group?
So and it's funny that you mentioned this. We have already started talking about this actually in the November and December conversations. People who are interested in doing such work will have to reach out to the district to get certain, what is the document called, Mr. Chady, again?
Campaign registration statements. Yep.
Correct. Campaign registration forms, pretty much, that they need to fill out. Naturally, the district can't lead a yes group, but if there's someone in the community that wants to lead that work, then they have to go through this process. Now, again, there's a lot of people who are fired up to support this referendum, and that has came through the community listening sessions as well. We've also started to have conversations with people just in general around, what is it that we can do better? What is it that I can, present better? And those conversations I wasn't able to have last year, in that I just walked into the door and had to get going. And so now I've had a lot more of those conversations around, is there additional information that you may need, community member, to make this type of, to make an informed decision. And so they would just need to reach out to us so we can get the correct information into their hands as pertains to formulating a yes group.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So the last 2 comments I have are just both compliments. I just wanted to compliment you, Dr. Garrison. I was able to sit on one of the listening sessions last week. I thought it was informative, professional. There was a great energy in the room. There was a wonderful acceptance and facilitation of a diversity of ideas, and I was just like so impressed. And I'm so pleased with I just wanted to like share that out and compliment you. And also, I was late to the meeting today because I got to watch the Fruzen Orchestra concert this evening, and I was like moved to literal tears, as were a couple of students actually, at how beautifully they performed. And it's like that. I hope that in our messaging we're able to lift up and showcase, like this should be a wonderful opportunity, whether or not it passes, to run that positive campaign. Because like what I just saw, I'm gonna get like emotional, what I saw this evening for this group of 6th through 8th graders was just, it was like breathtaking. And the number of younger kids that were there just idolizing, I mean, we was like a woo group. I'm usually the loudest mom in the room. Not to brag, but I am. Like I am. I have a T-shirt. but I had competition. I mean, people were so floored by how, and Mr. Chapman did a great job too, speaking to kind of like how the program has been built up and the continuity between fifth grade into the junior high, and then Mr. Sam Ewers going and meeting at 7 a.m. with our kids to make sure they have a good positive bridge right into the high school. That's just one of many examples of just the above and beyond work that our kids are doing, that our teachers are doing, and the opportunities that are special in Beloit. And I'm really hopeful that we can be very clear and specific, and not that you haven't been, but that we can be even more robust and clear and specific with how we make this a brag party. It's a well-deserved opportunity to just shout out about just the many gems like this in our district. So I just wanted to applaud, our students in our district for, that just one specific example that I was able to experience tonight, and just hope that our referendum, as we continue into phase 2, continues to highlight those specific examples.
And again, it takes a team naturally, and thank you so much for sharing that.
Anybody else with the referendum? I do have one question. I know in the extending of the survey, that school perceptions methodology is kind of that, like those that take the time to fill out the survey is kind of roughly equivalent to those that would actually cast a vote. So they use that in their judging of the results. The thought about extending the survey, they talk about like the effect of that, or are they measuring like those that have submitted by 12/20 and then another group of measuring of those afterwards, or kind of how is it all going to come together?
So really just, it's artists, after having a conversation with schools' perceptions, is really about how much data they have to gather, and again, a report that has to be submitted. And again, what I want to do was, not have the back end of trying to get everything done before, the Christmas day or Christmas holiday here, and then of course running that right again with the New Year's time frame. So I just wanted to make sure people had an ample amount of time to get their surveys turned in, to get their voices heard as it pertains to our community survey. Now they've had about a little over a month. About a month to do so. And so I believe that that's an ample amount of time to extend it. But again, naturally, I didn't want to turn away any surveys as well. And so we have been getting surveys come here, come to the schools. We have to send those surveys then, of course, to schools' perceptions. And so I just didn't want to miss any opportunity that the community wants to lean in on the thought. And so it is not going to hurt anything. I wouldn't have extended it if it would have. And so that'll allow us to, again, just capture more information. Naturally, there's always going to be a cutoff time. And then, again, that 29th extension will give people that time. But we will also kind of know what the numbers are and what the survey is, saying as we can gather that data through schools' perceptions, as they give it to us, I should say.
All right. And then with that new deadline, their projected timeline to give us their assessment of what our community has said.
The new deadline, again, on the 27th through 29th is the deadline. But I will start having conversations with school perceptions and them with me as well, as we prepare for the survey results as well. So January 3rd could possibly be a presentation, and or after that could be a possible presentation. But regardless, people will know what that survey shared.
And then the results from that, kind of like what people approve or, answer out in the survey, that's, and Board Member Miller, like I said, had mentioned additional questions, but the question that the validity of the survey is based on the question that they're asking. Or, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, we presented it one way in the survey, so that's the information we found out about people measured on what they were asked. So then when we, deviations, which we do have the right to do, we still have to form the question, but deviations, like the survey answers what we asked, not other things.
That is correct. And again, what we asked was based off of, again, the information that we know. There are a strategic plan that we're working from. There is a budget that we're working from as well. We know what we put in the survey is to be accurate. Again, new things come up as you kind of go, and that's just natural. But again, when we get to that point, when the decision is made, from the community at least, from a time frame perspective, it'll be my suggestion that we look at that very closely as we move forward. Bearing do nothing, as I've already mentioned, bearing do nothing, we will probably look to stick. My recommendation would be to stick very closely to the survey.
All right, that's all the questions I have for that. Find ourselves in our agenda. All right, so we're now at 7A. Future board meeting dates. Business Operations and Finance, Wednesday, January 3rd at 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, January 3rd, 6:30 p.m., Human Resource Committee. Wednesday, January 3rd at 7 p.m., our regular board meeting. And note that this is a change to our meeting date. I think this was accommodated for our return from the holiday. So we're meeting on Wednesday, not on Tuesday. Policy Committee, which meets the first Wednesday, will be meeting the second Wednesday. So that's Wednesday, January 10th at 5:30 p.m. Proposed referendum question writing, which will be a special meeting Thursday, January 11th at 6 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, Tuesday, January 16th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Committee, Tuesday, January 16th at 6:30 p.m. And a regular board meeting Tuesday, January 16th at 7 p.m. All right. Now on to item 8A, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education to close session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved in. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Levy, Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, the board will be adjourning from closed session. So thank you and happy holidays to all.